Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm going to try out the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which came out last week. Okay. I'm just gonna... This is two games, Ace Attorney Adventures and Resolve. Gonna start off with Adventures.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Well, okay. I guess before I actually get into the game, I should probably say I have played most of the Ace Attorney franchise. I think the only games I haven't played are the Layton crossover, the Edgeworth Investigations sequel, and this series of games, which just recently got localized. What? I'm assuming it's probably better if I read over this one, although that autoplay does look tempting. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. Look at me, there's beyond the doors. This quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. What? Oh. No, nothing. Save the glares? Murder. Oh. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. I still seem to know better than you how court officers should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Really, Cosmo, I never meant to drag you into this. Sorry. Here you go again, apologizing. Just like always. I must say you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Me, university professor, murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I can never murder someone. There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. You know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. Also in a second year Yume University. He's far more clever than I, a star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyer is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much yet. It's exactly the same thing 3 days ago. I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. To be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you, and proud as your friend. The soul in the university who doesn't know Cosmo's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around at this temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. But dear, look at the time. I better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Straight after that, that's when it happened. So you may have a word. Professor, I know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Sogi. Did you go immediately to the judge's chambers? His Excellency's chambers? Why? He's looking for you before. The advocating for the defense of this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who's this man? Feels like I've seen him at university before. I see, I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Yo, this is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. And it was Eugene Mikotoba, a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. So I recall he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Sogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? As you've no doubt heard, Sogi's been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if we should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Sogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me. Know that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I understand, why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. See, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You still don't understand, once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? What will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. The scene of surreptitious discussion is about to be cut short. So let me summarize. Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. This trial goes badly. Cosmo's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. This is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. Hello, Stitch. Thanks for stopping by. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Yeah, sure. As I'm sitting here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
Yes.
I'm just meeting this unruly outburst. I would like to inform the court that Ryunosuke Naruhodo will be defending myself. You'll be... what? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikitogo told me everything, just now before the trial. You did what? Said their dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Mr. Mikitobo shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Is he accused him of defeat already? He announced his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. It really shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? What? Oh. Exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still try not to look so bewildered. Your university is soon to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you're no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very high standards of conduct are expected of all present. Let me make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Is it my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken? My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Let's start with the very simplest of questions. You just have a pretty good beard. Oh, yes. Can I state before the court the name of the victim in this case? That's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Inosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. But the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. Presumably, you can access the court record with the press of R1. If you find you forgot something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just had to press R1 for the court record. Alright? There's no time to lose. He does have a constant just wind going. Proof that I'm a student at Imperial University. I wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. List of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R1. Find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press circle to go back. The victim in this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at University from the British Empire. It's John Wilson. He prosecuted the case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reform has brought about. Medical school professor at the Imperial University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Cosmo's mentor. Second year Imperial University, he's my best friend, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. I better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press triangle to present. Try now.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilled on our soil. You're both undergraduates at the Imperial University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education? Have you no honor? But I had to do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. You're a convenient expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. But here, look at the time. I better get going. I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Well, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, I pose my next question to you. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How does Professor of Medicine Dr. John H. Wilson lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously, that was... Inosuke. And then in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and is like present. Do now. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and it was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Oh well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, imbecile. The post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. That's right. The post-mortem report. The West doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. They're not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. And clearly discernible scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. That's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. Satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. Without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh. This is it then. I think it may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When you were speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must now be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a restaurant-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, or... It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. Game Crime created one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. It won't, sir. No petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? Just after 2 p.m. on the day in question, we had few diners at that time of day. Lunchtime rush is over, and there are only 3 tables still occupied. If it's in my memory of it too, there's hardly anyone else in the place. Because when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery, a gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Attention!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur. But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You have a chance to fight back. For now, I must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. May I confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Here's another question. He's got a little something on his face there. I see. From the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There's no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did you just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. Went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello. There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That says something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Explain, see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have gotten to Yuma University otherwise. We can't always follow the rules in life, you know? You don't say what you want to say right now. You'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright? You scared me. I'll forget that piece of advice in a hurry. There is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There's a lady sitting in with him at the same table.
Attention!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I begin to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Listen, Nagi-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you like. Let me see, sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. Ready to use the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. We'll take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. No, of course. Here you are. What was that about? It's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. So, the court has now heard a persist of the case. As at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was a defendant on trial today. It seems we are looking at black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense. We are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution is decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, you're found guilty one way or another, it seems. I'm going to be sensibly guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mitoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent. Then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you going to abandon that duty? You going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet. You know, escape. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aoshi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me saint, but I can be devil when I want to be. Ugh. A few short moments from now, the dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced, forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witness at once. Witness, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, the Great Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant. Yes, and no, sir, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ the purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. I conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premise in the 2nd District. Kiryu Korakuda, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. There must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. And not infrequently, converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. It obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. That black, uniformed rogue infantryman over there, who unloaded his firearm, sir. Man, is it possible to understand as the other? But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. This is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldiers claiming that he actually saw the precise moment he shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. Savory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a technical session with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curry to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Well, that's not right. on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. So you, Sergeant Oza, actually witnessed the vital moment. So a split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times do they live in? When an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Finish, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. I noticed the English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, that's the truth. There's obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's clues to who that criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As I've heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, the grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Well, then infers the meaning of this outburst. The defense demands right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. Hajimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? The prosecution objects. It's a clear waste of time. The defense obviously has no experience. How can you possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. The defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright? So the battle really begins. Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputed evidence that proves the witness is lying. Let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing.
Yes!
And I do like to press as much as I can before I actually go to present. Why aren't you saying anything? Some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. Vigorously meddles on our beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm trying to stick questions that are relevant to the case. Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. The next question. Here's me. You keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise. Negative. Well, as if only he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. I got a trophy because I pressed. Myself, I was restoring the virtually fine golden career to the military gentleman.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. This is a good question. A Koban boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant at the following day. Said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent, cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present. So hoping to sell a Koban coin. To Sergeant Nosa, whom we met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You had to assert that a penalty soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... I'm sorry, cadet. You're not disrespecting a superior officer to list crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. But penance might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour has already advanced beyond that of the midday lunch. There remain precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me was grappling with his braised veal at the time, with my sole prospect. I see. That precise moment of firearms discharge, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling like madman, he's trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. That's possible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Think carefully about the statement you just made. It seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. So what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. In double R. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? You think I got to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It seems the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Like in reverse, you were fired on the English civilian from the back. Okay. So this black uniform university cadet, you're saying that was... Right, just about enough for your sauce, cadet. Who else do I see around here in black uniform? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits that description pretty well, but... It was you little weasel. You loaded the firearm on that man. We're behind his back and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me. What is it, Rinosuke? I'm not quite sure. Something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. Find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. I think this is the last one I need to press on.
Yes!
On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spreading the arthritis, I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. The lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. This is a Hoi-era coin, Koban coin. I'd just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. I diverted my eyes for the briefest of moments. It was there no more. It simply vanished. The Kuban vanished. As I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean. And other than, that was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed, myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Rinosuke. There are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing R1. If they're each the same details about each piece of evidence, compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. Consistency? You find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other. Present your evidence, the triangle rips witnesses apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you have too many penalties, the defense case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Here's the evidence of the court record and find inconsistency with the witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. Read the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. Keep your head. Be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay. Gunshot to the chest, or the photographic print. Shot from the front of the chest and subsequently died.
Yes!
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print to my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can probably tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. So frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense. There's a clear discrepancy here. The sergeant's statement. What? Toji Yasunosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniform varsity cadet fired on the Englishman, civilian, and from the back. The cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Witness crime with my own military-grade eye, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, well... What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's clear discrepancy with the facts here. But do you not agree, Sergeant Osa? Yes, sir. This juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak. Sir. What? Last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yasinosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. The conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just in that one discrepancy. This is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there. He's pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you're looking for your Kaban coin, weren't you? Indeed. Prize Hoei era Kaban. Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there. But then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Kaban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. I'm sure everyone present is aware. This case demands a swift and decisive resolution. My government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how Zizurian our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. Defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate. We found a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. It's plain. Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear. There's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Rinosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? It's clear as clear glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. It won't, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me. But there's something, or someone, peeking out of your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nelson family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Using those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention. Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, boy. Very good. The true culprit. Even what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. He was pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. If only no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please nut these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
Because of a lawyer, then you respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. You're not here to listen to your fantasies. It was evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. This is a photographic print of the scene of the crime council. Indeed, at the table which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident, as can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, as an appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court adds this new photographic evidence to the record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Ford said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. Ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. I think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? Judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now it's your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. But make it quick, understood? Who's going to be so unbending at times?
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniform officer versus that of fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this. Defend it. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? The sound of the firearm rang in my ears. In the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all. Don't you? Let's not forget about the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuda-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man. Alright. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly at that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Well, events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor. I found myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you. With the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
He must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you've been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it's already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quite time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place is almost empty. It's all you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? There's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It seems the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. How to clinic, yes. There indeed appeared to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. You have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. Medical report card from Hata Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. You have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You aspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Perhaps you've forgotten. These witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuda-san. Just take a quick peek at that. And also, better look at the picture. Can't examine that anymore.
Yes!
Okay. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There's a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion is just not possible. Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. I said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such women were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And no such proof exists. The prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Rinosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see the medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps you should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press X, and you can take a closer look at the pieces in question. Use those. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using those, you can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press X to investigate further. So partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See, there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, to see what I can do. Need to use those and X to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. It says hi to clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. Remember, even though I felt awful already, I'd had this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't miss anything. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you're dead, there'd be no point. They don't like doctors, then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. Then they demand lots of money from you for the profit. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. The bad case of stubbornness, no less. Which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. A trophy. Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. There's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas, as the most modern practice in West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, till anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. Record of dental work on the day of the murder, the victim undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, to me that one particular statement totally changes. I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Oop. Please got the foreign man. There's a premise of the time confirmed there were only personnel present. It's probably this one. Oop.
Yes.
Well, I think, but what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Rinosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I see quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. You raised your hands straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it is you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright? And thanks for the advice. Torakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. The simple reason that there's no one else beside those pale-faced people who could possibly perpetrate the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? That's supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps so I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, I've told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Torakuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracting and is still experiencing the effects of anesthesia. Expertly done, partner. But what is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are base accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely. Having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. The start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it, so, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Now let's go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. The incident occurred. You know the victim couldn't have been eating anything. There's evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through a ruling at the stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issues with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? You demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'd be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since it's a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? Negative. There was so much of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. Don't put the baby in jail. What? What did you just say, Korakuta-san? Oh, no. You're just following orders? No, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? That old man is having a breakdown. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel. Explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I say they're sworn to silence by someone with a considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aoshi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, if we had that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. They name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. It's proven these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you the penalty would be severe. Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. What does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... I'm leaning towards the waiter, because we still have to examine his card.
Yes!
But surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter, took the stand earlier.
Objection!
Poppycock. Possible reason would the waiter have to make those witnesses give false testimony? I dread the fact that even a head waiter cannot possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Remember, Yunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. About Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. Playing the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's about to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. There's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. That's not all. Look here in the upper left. Where's Head's kitchen? Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself? Don't you study harder, Ryunosuke? Well, that's not unexpected. What is? Look, do you see says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes. Business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. Reader's business card information has been updated in the court record. Sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. On the front, it stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what the telling detail is. Someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? That surely. Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it you who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say, you really are a detective? Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter. Working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can say categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume, in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. The truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, move the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those are my orders. But what if the Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered under soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. But without refutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Umi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. Fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yuma University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? I met under orders from the police bureau. I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, in order for these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particular critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, it is now discovered that this premise is false. It would be discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that may be missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government would surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You'll locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Okay. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. How was it in my mouth the entire time? It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking you in there. You're drenched in sweat, eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you're grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, he started finding inconsistencies in the testimony. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I never want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we exposed your phantom lady at last. It's Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? So I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have. Haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to her detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No. I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, there's a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. First thing about the detective, he apprehended a suspect without a moment's delay. Guess because I was shut in the pantry. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikitoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise. I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. But what are you saying, Kazuma? That's your stance. I was afraid you feel that way. Kazuma. Well then. Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence, and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in all this, or in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll say the thank yous for after the trial. You're sharing one of those sukiyaki meals I like from UMA Cafeteria on University Street. An extra large portion, of course. Court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoshi even managed to subpoena the witness. Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. No, sorry. The government scrutinize. That's their job. There's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation is founded. Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. This is what a nation's justice system is. Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, shut up. You jumped up, rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning yourselves with this great world power, become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I wonder that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, one who could arguably study harder too. Standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. What's that, Ryunosuke? Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. Little brats. Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system. It exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Oh, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring English tea in England? No discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could it possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival. Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, for your manners in England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, earlier today you said something to me. Said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke. Power of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty. In my word, a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it's as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. I obviously do find it in England, Kazuma. Our English doesn't rat you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. This could take some time. Even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. This is she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. They engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well, now, dear lady, would be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your splendid eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it's a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. At the very moment when the accused standing right there in this courtroom shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? You have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. But not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. But I carried a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. A condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. Like the Snow White Angel. Even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes when you're not, okay? You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's less you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified for and reported back to the Bureau. They decided that Miss Bear was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however... Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about a person where she could conceal a firearm. I can think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless, and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets on my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. I only saw her lift up her dress. I can prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means, this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. That's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh yes, Your Excellency.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? No. A decisive English no is quite a sting to it. The gentleman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Guess what you can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Mr. Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. He says that makes perfect sense. There's wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hoda Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. I heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Jimmy, what a harrowing experience. To travel to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. Sorry, I'll crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Tell the victim, Dr. Wilson, nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Have them some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. Professor was unable to eat, but he'd been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Renosuke, about the witness's last statement? That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that.
Yes!
So both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak. That was for you, Miss Brett. Lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opens its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to the witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. You pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Cosmo. Brother Keys came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Okay. So 3 more to press and then I'll go back to the glass. Never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It's meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, no, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. Very good. I wonder the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I had to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Oh. Anyway, just after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. The next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I was expecting to be attacked by my own side. And for the less defendant, you can't deny. When the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But what I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. The high suspicious lady in the state. That will do, you dirty rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Race accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, it wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there. I should urge her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Otherwise she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refused to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. There's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Which is exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well anyway, the only chance to expose her testimony is the fiction that it is. If you can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. But the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. You then opening will present itself. I promise you. You can swell the true face of the exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Oh. Is that that? That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. To me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Bridget told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are you supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Yeah, I don't know if I pronounced that right. Possible differences in presence or absence of a glass that make on the case. Usually you say. Could be the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence. Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It seemed that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all. He's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that the student who just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. You'll blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do you take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know. Basically how the lady took the glass from the scene. It seemed that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains, the glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with a logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel of the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she take the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. So I've been explaining to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Ms. Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating? you vile blackguard. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling competence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now I have the chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Oh, what a sorry situation. Clearly, I have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I don't think it's student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I completely forgotten about. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, mesh-work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. There's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Now Naruhodo-san. Inspector Hosonaga, you submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Photograph taken by Hosonaga-san. The incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. We've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. That's why I thought it was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Inosuke. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over. There's no way to force the trial to continue. What, you mean? This is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for the rookie student. But the weaker meet while the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content. From the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You're the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, and I'll proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems to be able to report to the British government on time after all. A smug little. Inosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you. Wait, Your Excellency. Inosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet. As amateurishness is getting tedious. His Excellency deems that the trial is over. He gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that there was a problem with the evidence. Some significant detail, I mean. Then the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Where the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. I only can put my finger on it. I'm going to grant the defense one final opportunity. What? More to the divine. Unsatisfied by your response here. The trial will be over with immediate effect. Did I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Take another look at the photographic print, Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you've alluded. Can I check it? There's that print there. Doubt there's anything with the bag itself, so the print seems like the obvious thing. Let's go for it. Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Looks almost like a burn to some description. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you'll come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist? Here there's nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, as a firm connection to this case can be shown, cannot not allow any further time to spend on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It seems that Miss Britt has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold up any longer. Quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I think I should keep digging and digging. I hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If you can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Please go up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. Without evidence, I cannot let you pursue what is little more than conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that if you would be linked to burn of the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I had to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. Time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. I'm just gonna go over the evidence because I actually don't know this one. I kinda doubt it's gonna be anything in the photo itself. Unless there's like a gaping hole somewhere. Oh, there it is.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things may not overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? The inconvenience is poorly any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, I may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How the victim come to that unusually shaped burn on his wrist. The reason it was recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what I mean. What's in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah. Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Ah. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if that happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day after that. It mostly happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. The disease injury would have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Would you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As a head waiter for Le Carnival, I can testify without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have without question have heard him scream. Would you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. But the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt he arrived at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson no man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's clearly impossible. Apart from one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. The beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day. The professor was already dead. That's madness. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett. You have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency. Justice in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps the relationship between my country and yours. Miss Brett? You speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I see that I should have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. You're truly honored by this. This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I'm going to ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear your own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. In the way to burn my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope there's the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is delighting me to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? The irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. And put up with the cross-examination now. Expecting us this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel. This will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes!
Put his hands on the steering column plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Anna realized. Dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes.
Well, I can. Anyway.
Yes.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means, bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes.
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, the little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. As there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from the gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. But if it cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. The victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. And he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection.
And yet the fact is the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. To be able to show the core evidence to disprove that is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes.
Without leaving a trace. Someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I said, I was aiming for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? I don't perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. We have killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes.
If you're what do you mean by that? In the lands of Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual day just days after the incident. Exactly. So that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. Can you understand? Killer blow. I use the form bullet. She is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think? Things are going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony. The cross-examination will be over. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. Might not soon enough, I suppose. I press Miss Brett on the last statement again.
Yes!
Wait.
There it is again. Detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. With this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. It's going to be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? People actually testifying. They're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Hey, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. I'll do with a witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with X. Catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. You ever notice a strange atmosphere? Let the people in the stand take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with that and focus on the detective. And pursue him with X. Let's see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? There's something you'd like to say. Please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with their testimony, then cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add, in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always try to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. don't care if they call me a crime scene thief, I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Is that? This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, and it went open 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered in the court record. Carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Let's just go for it. Assuming I have to examine it. It was written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. It's made of very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. I go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Doesn't seem like there's anything else to it. Maybe there? This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I just had to sip of this to keep me going. No. You can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. I know, you're right. We know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have to just work something out. Interesting possibility.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from this glass? Now on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? Only one person who could possibly have done it. Zil Brett, it was you.
Objection!
It's outrageous. She says such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? You're gone the weave, only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire. But even the vaguest inkling of your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty.
Objection!
It's not a political arena. It's a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may, I'll silence you forever for this disgraceful attack. Oh. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where'd that come from? She just snapped. afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. Whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation, every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. You find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What, are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the Chief Coroner himself. No. I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. This has established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. I'm so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he is poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission is holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Yunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Please wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Tada Migatoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Migatoba? My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Well, okay, this is probably the last part. I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. But why is the son pressed into my courtroom? A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. As I fully understand, I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. Too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I'm most grateful. Well, who exactly are you? Say there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it, a report about something? Written in English? Giselle Brett's research. English romance? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So this research, whatever it is, has something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. But no, of course not. Special characteristics of Carrere and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Carrere, what's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it would be valuable, please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered in the court record. A report detailing unknown poison that Miss Brett had been researching during her time at Yume University. Goodbye then and good luck. Yeah, long enough, counsel. Cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but the prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. You know, say, we're out of options here. Really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Oh, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delayed invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett, it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. Apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is new evidence that demands the court's attention? Go ahead and examine that first. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters in the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate the prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Right, eventually, the above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Whose inability to render the human body paralytic, believe the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as well as full body paralysis must be found first, or the patients would die of suffocation.
Yes!
Mr. Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Kirare, Excellency. The slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete utter nonsense. Kirare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Kirare before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Kirare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Counsel, does deadly poison truly exist? According to the report authored by the visiting research student from England, Kirare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to laser arrows. It seems reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To laser arrows, the report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deeply in the Amazonian jungle. The source brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Because the animal shot by arrows laced to the Kirare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspersions are utter trumpery. Started where the victim had been administered with some of the so-called deadly poison. He would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence the key rare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The overdose toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they're in total agony, there will be no visible signs of pain at all. Terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, Dr. Wilson did, the effects would go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. Poison causes immediate paralysis, I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Key-Rare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
It's all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may, all these facts, you're so clever, must be taught some. Because you must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? So you know there's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discover them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Oh, Miss Brett, the feeling's mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? It really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see... Why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. The little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for the shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter, y'all look quite stunned. So no hero. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. They give more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Right, yes, dear lady. I'm most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. I suppose there's nothing else. It's a little Far Eastern charade. It'll make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Does there? There can't have been. Because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Very nice. We have all the clues now. A bottle of water. Tastes no poison. What? Why? Ryunosuke? Is it obvious? There's poison in there. She'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes, it's in need of a good staining. It's the darkest uniform in the ways of the world. Was that what this color is supposed to represent? This guy is ending to a promising line of inquiry council, which will be punished. What? I thought it would be in his glass and not in the bottle. There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. I guess contains poison. Cover did put Kira poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Spence refuses to change his position. You're serious?
Objection!
Who are you, blind? There's no possible way that the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw. There's bread drinking water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. Maybe that complication can be explained. How exactly? Anything through all things that don't quite add up here. One by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well, the defense truly intends to assert its claim. I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness is able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? I guess would be the handbag because of the glass.
Yes!
The defense, or should I say the wretched accused? It's the only resource of complication in this case. Well, so that was wrong. Sorry, Excellency. Try to find some better supporting evidence. Making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. I do best to find an answer that fits the facts. What explains how the witness is able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Not that. Maybe I have to investigate something. This is only magnifying glass, so I can't do anything there. Let's see, is there anything that I missed? The only thing I think of is that it has to enter through a wound.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all? You don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm reading Susato's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Direct us to the pertinent section council. The report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle. Did not check that. Special characteristics. Been hearing a lot about this cure poison. It's left me curious about something. Whole council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. Place the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. They've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch the prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters are going to eat? That's a good point. Well, surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat the prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When cure enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Ms. Brett? You authored this research. You knew cure has special characteristics. And you knew that you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. Meddling little. Rapscallion. Oh, Yunosuke? It turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Schoolboy's logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to do, careers is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric sucus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? This lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. The professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah. That's right. Good gracious. Oh, it's because he had a tooth pulled. Let's base science. Science that even schoolboys should be able to understand. No? Order in court. The logic holds. The lady and the professor drank the same poison. They'd be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest this cure poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial? That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. What is this? Welling up beside me. I never felt like this before. So a conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. Giselle. Brett? How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim saw the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As you know, the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the cure? Because he had a tooth pulled. As Miss Bresser readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between those two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of cure are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. Child's courtroom games, your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. Find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what may happen to it. No. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. Some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. That's what we're waiting for. Also, hello, Fancy Ducklington. Thanks for stopping by. Put as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. I have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? Don't get away with this. Get on the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. Afraid we'll never know now, will we? There really was poison in that bottle, or not. Let's not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel? For the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy. Now, he killed the victim that day, using Kirare. Then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. See, at every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now, surely going to get away with it? If she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? Come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? You lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. Is there any clues left for us to use now? They must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt, every color. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Oh, come on then. Look at that smug smile off that Englishman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. Been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is. Guessing it's this very out of place stain.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if you perhaps took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with it? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photograph print with my own eyes that day. I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? What of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a look at the photograph and the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. Blood would have made it onto the plate. It implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Meaning the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. This court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector? You mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. And I can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no. It's impossible. I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. Put on becoming expression, little boy. See, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in the trial. Let's hope so. So let's pretend attempted courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Tight looking state reveals facts all too clearly. Sorry looking accused who wishes to examine again, be my guest. Plate steak has been entered into the courtroom, or into the court record. You, Miss Brett, ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's table after the incident. It was a plate I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination. This is it now, I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. The evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. I assume any further examination of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate steak reveal any other clues at all? Can I examine it? I'm on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. There's a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. The symbol of Le Carnival. Oh. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. First time today there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. Heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion and bullion. I don't think you ever will again. Extraordinarily. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Ugh. Excellently, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth. One thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with this beef steak. Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Time is bred. You must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. It's nearly firm out of my country. That's still your position, is it? Thank you, Excellency. Counsel of the defense, you now clearly show the court to what you were alluding. Very precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue to be found. What the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. Hallmark is from... Okay, I think it's the same.
Got it!
I'm guessing I had to pick that up before I presented it too. Good gracious, that's... Oh, come on. What on earth? A Hoei arrow wanted that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question, how should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I can see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? I could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Weird Hoei Koban just happens to be underneath a piece of steak? This shouldn't be relevant to the case. Or my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? Rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I give him my lawyer job right now. Bounties don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, Abla, you should realize that it is you who is relevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... this guy. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasate, Kiryu Korakuda-san. Kiryu as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. Remember saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor, sorry. What were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei Koban, my prize coin. This Hoei Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Korakuda-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense. Which I'm asking you to bring Korakuda-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, Bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch. A strong hunch. That if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element of the case. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? It's dinner time for the little baby Ido. My son's belly's empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were. Like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. When I cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rasate shop owner's existence. Yes, Kurkuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasate memory serves, have you ever seen this koban? That's yes, that's it. The one, the very exact one that is. The splendid, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where's my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. You find your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there, on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me? Did I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier, on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Never such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We want to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you're sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely this koban incident is the work of the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there is a master thief who works in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurkuda-san's koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Who's the was found in the stole Kurkuda-san's koban and hid under the stake?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Searching yes and no, so. But how? How dare you? Monster. Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? Are you seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. You push the blame for your crimes on your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Keep up your army, Sergeant Yasin, also preparing to stand down the Supreme Courser. This is some Ratatouille nonsense. Do any of you know the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. So he's doing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoy chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Target of the day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was also to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, and the professor was shot. Even though the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd or two. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped down to the stake, hoping they'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you can carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Oh, Miss Brett? Of course, dear lady. Of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby saddled sergeant. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding coin or a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense? Is it? Well, oof. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. It's beyond nonsense, pure madness. Very well. Now all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Miyazuki, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I think there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, to understand that thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about? Can you claim an element of meat? True nonsense, such an idea astounds me. Thinking you're mistaken biting into it without using a knife and fork? Yeah, nonsense. Pure madness. Yes, I'm right. You said they're exposed an undeniable contradiction. I need to see evidence, Counsel. Whereas truly are contradictory, where's the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
Oops, that was a misclick. Actually meant to hit examine there. Alright. Let's skip through that. Alright. I would guess it... I should just probably present the stake itself, since this is the whole topic of discussion.
Take that!
Steak that Miss Bread had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Does something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. So you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Now, so what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a fine English gentlewoman herself. Take a look at the steak, and particularly the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork. There shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. There also shouldn't be a coin in there.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. After tea with the Minister of Justice, cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. So I'll be over in a blink of an eye. Sir, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough. You're taking a little spectacled samurai relic? Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly the witness knows what this means. Realize the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Basically, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last. It's all come together. Mysterious teeth marks in the steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. That these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? So I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here mount conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence to prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really have such conclusive evidence, you'd have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Attention!
Yes, sir, the trial's run several hours already. Can you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, we'll solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I think this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair?
Take that!
Answer is obvious. Inspector Hosonaga. What? I haven't? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin. He told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch a cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Affirmative, of course. I may be a soldier in the Imperial and Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
If the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. He suggests such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly, surely you're not going to suggest. The sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw a civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. Instead, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If we decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. When the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. Can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It's called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. Just do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I signed the brass buttons on my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. Means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you'd taken both. Ah. That's correct. The plate is presented to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, you show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak, a plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in his plate. Please feel free to examine it. Blazing is clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
The inspector should have probably noticed that. This makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate. This is at the moment the victim was shot. He was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruto-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. It's Giselle Brett. It's you. And she's dead. Please give me a little upburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Oh, Miss Brett. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. As I took the professor's life, using Curer. As surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So he planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poisoning would be found in his water. This cure is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of this water and it would be all over. I placed the stick I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point. I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. I planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of cure in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. As I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you're sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended? And then, just as you bend down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because of course, you need to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I should call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takatsuji Aochi does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student. Better start getting used to tough opposition. Inosuke Naruhodo. Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. If you come conceded with the Age Council, the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. A thousand millennia pass. Still, the Aoshi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. Well, I believe go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, Yuri Inosuke Naruhodo present an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. Piece of evidence induction to unravel the truth as a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western idea of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Sure, the science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. What it look like, I cannot begin to imagine. So the young to pursue? Kazuma Asogi? Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Inosuke Naruhodo. Oh yes. In you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. Very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Time to deliver the final verdict. Hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecutor is still frozen. This court is now adjourned. I can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. But I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon, our hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. We worked hard for that result too, you know. No, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much. If I hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind word should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It's his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Father? Yes, of course. Give me intruding on a corporate... Okay. Being made Toba. There you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Hoda, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, Desire should be thanking you. After all, efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Mr. Megatoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when he met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. We worked together? I never heard you mention that before. It was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn now, Sogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. The is happening in the world's largest melting pot. I'll learn all that I can. Surrender the spirit of the Yasoi clan. And taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts out anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already, with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. I asked her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga? There's a hard fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Why a consular court? Professor, I seem to understand. The consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, we can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? If she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Ms. Brett can be held accountable for actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that, for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. You're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. You can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil. It's a new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. The evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right, there's no time for gloomy faces. Should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might suggest the Carnival. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Oh, you're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I should go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. The jailbreak won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. No, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I'd never go through that ever again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I know I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. Ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I would have some superhuman ability to know the truth. You have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes the court can really be back into the corner. I say, Ryunosuke had a very good response. It's like, the key to being a good lawyer is knowledge of the law, right? Sometimes the courtroom can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in even then. Well, that's something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, I face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. In the end, you found it, through your own efforts, because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually. Ryunosuke. What's a favor, really? Something very important to me. It sounds serious, what is? Actually, here are you. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you, we'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. I guess that too. The very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba. Sato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize is how much it would change my life. Alright, first chapter done. Okay. And I'm coming up a little bit over 4 hours. So I think I'm actually going to call it there for today. Okay. As playing a visual novel is definitely a big change of pace from the usual games I play, but I am a pretty big fan of the Ace Attorney series from what I played in. So far this feels more in line with kind of the later games, and I'm interested to see what kind of mechanics they're going to add in later. Like, they already introduced a few new mechanics for the first trial, but I imagine that there's going to be at least a few more later on. Well, yeah, I'm interested to see, especially since this collection has 2 games to it, and this is just the first one of the 2. So there's at least probably 9 more cases, assuming they don't do any other DLC. Well, yeah, I'm gonna throw off a raid. 2 looks like Inviso. And yeah, so next weekend when I probably stream again, I'll either be finishing up Travis Strikes Again on the Switch, or I might be playing more Hyrule Warriors. Since I finished up the A ending for Nier Replicant, I might be dragging my heels on that for a little bit. And Scarlet Nexus, I'm still like chipping away at as the anime releases. So I'm not sure when I'll get back to those 2, but I would like to get this into a regular rotation, at least relatively soon. I may not play both games back to back, but I would like to at least get through half of it and then maybe wait on the second one. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. And go say hi to Inviso. And have a good day. Bye bye.